My name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chess, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hello? I was a very, very bad person this morning. I apologize. I'll get everything updated as things go on. I'm looking for something. But thank you for joining me this morning. That is all I can say. I'm gonna go and be a quiet little person for a while till I wake up fully. That seems odd. Weird. Very weird. Okay. Hello. I'm probably not the sunshiny person that I usually am today. That's mostly because once more, I did not sleep well last night. And did not get to bed at a reasonable time. Hello, my fuzzy gray one. Part of it is, well, part of it is I definitely played Fallout a little too much last night. Or too much yesterday. And by Fallout, I do mean Fallout 4. Well, the thing after watching anime, see, right now I don't have a solid sleep schedule. That is primarily because right now I don't have a schedule that requires me to have a stable sleep schedule. And because of that, I tend to overthink. A lot. I am not happy with this bird. And I know it's because of the angle that I'm drawing him at. Well, it's not even that. Like, even though I wake up roughly about the same time every day, regardless, unless I'm really tired or have been up all night, which that did happen to me recently. This is the golden oriole. I believe it is a European bird. Ooh. Come on. Good girl. And, yeah. Yeah. I think the one that's in this picture is really young. So, yeah. Macro. So, it has been. I know how to create, I've created macros before, but, that is something I know is a very useful tool. But I haven't, I don't know what in reference to you're doing on that thing. On that. Good God. Alright. Let's try and smooth this out once more. Okay. So that means that. Oh. I'd be interested in a video on that. Are you thinking... Oh! Yeah, I don't think I can go and, do that on here. I'm a little fuzzy. So this morning, Patience is joining us. I need to make a little characters for them, for my little PNG dude, so that way everyone knows like which one of them are hanging out today. So is the stream deck like for actual streaming, or is that just something that Rebel has in that? Because I have not, I will full on admit, I have not used that. I have not used that like at all. Really? Okay. Alright, let me go and rephrase what I was saying earlier. What I was saying is that I don't always use my software to its maximum potential. Mostly because I go in and I know kind of what I want. Yes, no. So this Huon tablet is my is the Huon tablet I'm using is a monitor tablet, and this one does not have buttons on it. And I think going from my other tablet to my other Huon tablet to this one, I think that has been the absolute biggest change that I've had between them. Because with my other tablet, it is literally, oh, I can just go and press these buttons. And it's got 14 buttons on it. Plus, it's got another set of numbers across the top in which I can go and tap and still do things. This one, actually, I don't know. Be nice to your sister. I have both of them on my lap now, so my legs are going to die very, very quickly. Hold on. No, don't go. Don't. Oh, that thing. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. Okay. Okay. Not what I was thinking. I thought it was a built-in program. Yes. Yes. Huon actually has an external key system or button system that you can get for the tablets. I think it's like only $50. Oh, you have one for... Yeah. Okay. I definitely do not have an extra set. Huh. Yeah, I've seen them. I thought that they were interesting, but well, I do like the miniature screens on there to so then you can customize the buttons to what you're using it for. I feel like I would end up being really, really distracted. But no, I definitely miss my buttons on my tablet. I miss my buttons on my tablet. I mean, flip side, you know what? I wonder. I'm gonna go into a rabbit hole really, really quickly. Oh, that's cool. Maybe that's what I should go and do. Create custom icons for the Stream Deck. PNG, JPEG, GIF. Hey. 72 by 72. Okay. Well, that's cool. I have made emotes. Or emojis. There we go. I have made emojis before, so it's not much of a different setup for that. But yes. I was very curious because, you know, that is something that I would be interested in doing. Okay, so if that's how that goes, then that is how that goes. Hello, small one. How are you? And I'm only saying small because you're shorter than me. Don't worry. I'll still call you small when you're taller than me too. My nibblings, my oldest nibbling I think at age 12 was taller than me. This kid is friggin' giant. Dwarfs his father. Which, nice. I hope he enjoys it. I don't have any kid sizes because I don't necessarily feel like it's appropriate for kid sizes or for kids shirts. I don't feel like it's appropriate for kid shirts. Well, bowl of cereal is great. Sorry, I don't know. Some people don't really want kids to have cereal, so their kids to have cereal. I do not know if that is. All right, let's go with this and this. Okay, see. Right, it's a wonderful little snack thing and a food thing. But, I mean, technically eating oatmeal is eating cereal, but... Oh, man. You're all good. Sorry. I will say that my weird thing with alright, so this is possibly my old person trait. My what I will automatically go and eat is a like the auto thing I go and eat is oatmeal with a fried egg. But the yolk has to be runny. It has to be runny. With a little bit of salt. That is one of my favorite meals. I am getting old. I don't know why I'm doing that. Is that a 3D printed dragon? Or dinosaur? I think it's a dinosaur. Ah. When you get back, I've got a story. Hello, small one. You harassed your sister off my lap, and now she's not here, and neither are you. Are you gonna come up here? So there is a... Okay. Okie dokie. Right? Nice small one. No. Hello, little baby bug. Hello, little baby bug. You okay? I don't know why I'm paused. Good God. Okay, cool, cool. I mean, you know, my simple little hack with oatmeal is go and put it in a bowl and then just have a little, like, I can't think of what it's called. Electric kettle. I go and turn on my electric kettle, and then once it's done, pour the water in there. By that time, all the egg and stuff is done. Anyways, I know it's silly. It's not really a hack. But, so, that's super cool that he got a little dragon from that, from the thing. That's super cool. When I have a little 3D snack, and I've got a rose turtle that yeah, ever since I got the electric kettle, I've been experimenting with how I can very easily not use all my appliances. My previous job, they had an electric kettle, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. Yeah. But it, anyways, there is, so I'm of two mindsets with 3D printing. I think it's very, very good. And I think that it is, like, people can prototype, people can go and do lots of things with it. But, and this actually ties into why I'm upset with specifically Hobby Lobby, because I haven't seen it in many other places, but I also don't go to a lot of different stores. But with the uptick in microplastics entering into our bloodstream, I am concerned about its viability for health reasons. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think overall, I think the idea of 3D printing is a very, very good thing. But I will say one of the coolest applications that I've seen of 3D printing is, so there is a local museum that is super, super cool. I need to like finish up the piece, but I have a piece that I actually used one of their exhibits to help figure out how it worked. It's super cool. It was super cool. Also really creepy too. But one of the things that they're doing is that they're using 3D printer. They have a actual fossilized Triceratops at this museum. Now the thing is, because it is fossilized, there are many pieces of the Triceratops that are missing. So what they're doing is they are 3D printing the missing parts based off of the scans of the other parts of it, of the actual parts of it. So yes. And that is a really, really cool application. And they don't hide the fact that, you know, it's 3D. They do try to keep it within that bone, the colors of the bone, but it is a very, very interesting piece of tech. So yeah. It is a very, very impressive, it's very, very impressive. Like I feel like doing things like that for 3D is really, really good. Like that's a really good way of doing that. Also, so recently, an acquaintance of mine got a had to go and get a knee replacement. And again, this is like a really cool aspect of doing 3D design or doing the 3D printing. So they went and the doctors did before they did the knee replacement, they went in and did a 3D scan of their bone. And they used that scan to go and create a 3D image of their knee. So instead of just a traditional metal ball and joint, now it is just a simple replacement of the part of the bone that is scanned to the bone's side. So they've had lots of improvement with it, which is really, really good. So I am I wish I could have been like more a part of that, but I was not. Maybe I need to make this chunkier. So, but it is definitely so it is definitely a concern for me on that. I will say probably I'm not bashing. I'm really not bashing on the whole like everyone doing 3D printing. I've seen really, really good applications for it. But I think it's a better use for creating prototypes and mold systems than it is for creating product. Does that make sense? Like if the product was like to go and test out to make sure that your calibrations was right, there you go. Yeah. Do you know if it's the actual... Okay, so I'm asking this because this is a thing. Do you know if it's the actual, or if the Triceratops that is on display, like they could have the skeleton, but they could have the a false a replacement or essentially what it is that a lot of museums, what they'll do is they go and they will have the skeleton, but for display purposes they will have essentially a fake and that is to go and protect the bones, which makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. And it is by far one of the coolest things. That I've ever seen. But yeah, no, definitely, I would definitely look into that. But yeah, I feel like you get a lot of cool shit. Don't get me wrong. My little avatar here was designed based off a little 3D print that I got. Unfortunately, I accidentally left it. Now, granted, it was left with a friend, but I accidentally left it at a friend's convention table. I need to go and ask them if they still have it. Because I really did like that piece, and I do need to go and do that. But yeah, I understand. Like, I know that's super big in the cosplay community, going and doing the 3D printing. And that's one thing that I think 3D printing really shines at is, so one reason why everyone, or why people don't look good in clothes, and we see all these people who have a crap ton of money, is because their clothes are all tailored. You can take a shit-tastic piece from a secondhand store or a discount store and go and get it tailored, and it will look amazeballs because it was tailored. I don't know how many people realize that, but tailoring is really where that kind of stuff shines. So yes. And for cosplay, I think that that's one of the biggest things. So the thing about the, oh, I forgot to add the legs. The thing with the 3D printing is that for cosplayers, the really good cosplayers actually do tailor their outfits to their body, which makes them look so much better. You know, honestly, most cosplayers and people who create cosplay outfits are pretty much just self-taught tailors. So if you guys are ever like, hey, I need a job, go be a tailor. Like, if you make, now most of the time they're making they're making a lot of money from their pieces, but yeah, go be a tailor. Go learn how to apply those skills for other things. You know what? I am going to move this over because looking at the wing things. Nice. Nice. Oh, wow. That's cool. I'm not gonna go and look up, but yeah, 3 feet 7 inches. That's insane. And that's just the bone. I don't know how much you know about horns. Horns, but typically when horns are done, are found, or grown, whenever horns are growing, and this was something that was brought up, or has been a big debate in the dino community fairly recently. I mean, it's still being discussed, it's still being adjusted, things are still being adjusted. But so one of the biggest things about dinosaurs and why you're starting to see newer art coming out of them is that for the longest time we have been doing this process called shrink wrap, where we just go and put skin over muscle. Well, and not even not even contemporary lizards are just skin over muscle. They kind of look like they're skin over muscle. In some cases they are, but there is usually a layer of subcutaneous fat. And that's something that hasn't been contributed to a lot of the dinosaur structures that we've been creating. And the other thing is, now granted, recently there was a dinosaur, I don't know which era it belonged to, but recently there was and I say recently, it's been a couple of years, there was a full, like, intact skin structure found of a particular dinosaur, and it showed the scales. Like, it showed the scales, and it's pretty amazing. But the other thing about that is that they're also finding evidence of some dinosaurs having feathers. So both scales and feathers. Sounds like chickens and lizards. So going back to the horns thing, this shrink wrap, I don't think took into account the what usually happens when you have horns. Antlers are different. Antlers are completely different, because with horns, the thing about them is that there is a layer of cartilage, and that's usually what gives them length and makes them lighter, because you couldn't have 3 feet of horn, you couldn't have a whole bunch of that and it still being like really, really long and everything without it being, so their horn, okay, so 3 feet, that's really, really long. That's a really, really long bone spur. So what I'm saying is that there was probably at least another couple of feet on there with for cartilage. That was just not cartilage. Well, maybe, is it cartilage? The same stuff that your nails are made out of. I don't remember what that is. Mine, I'm gonna claim because I woke up a little over an hour ago. So 3 feet long, that's really long. Imagine it being 6 feet. It was probably closer to 6 feet long. Yeah. Because horns, unless they were constantly being rubbed, the horns definitely would have been a lot. Probably one of my favorite things about that is, so I don't know how many people know, but anything that has antlers usually will shed their antlers at some point. Literally, it pops off. Those videos, I don't know if they've become popular or not, but there's a couple of elk videos floating out there that show the antlers literally popping off of this elk's head, which is absolutely hilarious. Excuse me. So, but I am not the dino fanatic I was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I could tell you the name of every dinosaur. I don't know how I learned all of the dinosaurs, but I definitely know that I learned them. I don't think I was ever going to be a normal, like, or societal standard female. Because only guys are supposed to like dinosaurs, right? No. But I definitely remember getting into debates about the dinosaur names, and then I would go and quote my sources. Like, even back then, I was quoting my sources. I think mostly it came from Land Before Time, and as we all know, that's a very, very interesting little thing. Man, Land Before Time has such a dark history. I mean, that's alright. I dug in the dirt for worms. I was very much that person that went digging for worms. Ooh. So as a pet sitter, I got to go and spend a lot of time outside. Recently there's a new species of worm that's out called the hammerhead worm, because it looks like a hammerhead shark. Anyways, it's an invasive species. So it's an invasive species in the Midwest. Anyways, so I went and started so what I would do on these walks, minus the hammerhead worms, I would especially after it rained, or if it was raining lightly, I would during my walks I would go and if I found worms on the sidewalk, I would literally I would pick them up and throw them back into the dirt and be like, okay, you don't belong here, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, bro, you're gonna die. So, you know, that kind of stuff. I still do that to this day. If I happen to be out after a rainstorm and there's worms near me, I will usually go and be like, okay, you need to go away now. You need to go and be in the dirt. And I just chuck them. I don't always do it, but I don't do it with all insects, but I do it often enough. Actually, let's go to blue. Let's get this heart figured out. Oh, that's something I didn't pull. I feel so silly. Ooh, you look like you would be useful. Well, that's amphibians. That's mammals. That's reptiles. What the frick, man? Well, that's not as useful as I thought it would be. Oh, nice. Pile of dishes. Yep. Yep, I desperately need to go and do a pile of dishes myself. I, very, very much need to. I mean, you know, it's just, yep. Oh wait, that was 2 of them. Oops. Oh. Well, I hope my conversation about the, about looking up animal hearts is not disturbing to you. Ah, this is the one I was looking for. That's cool. Alright, I think I found enough hearts. I'm sorry that your dishwasher broke. I will definitely say that having a dishwasher is life-changing. And if you don't think so, you clearly have never lived without a dishwasher. God's bless. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, it's also not what I wanted. Please stop doing things I don't want you to do. There we go. Okay. Kind of. How did you end up breaking your dishwasher? Is there a story there, or am I just, like, insane? Insane in the membrane. Anyways. Huh. Mm. Oh my. Yeah, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if, there was a recall out on my dishwasher. I mean, you know. I would say shit happens, but I feel like, so, I don't know, it could just be me, but I feel like the, books and the manuals and things anymore are not super helpful with maintaining. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But I feel like, I feel like, the books and things that we have nowadays that come with our, with appliances are no longer show like how to maintain or really even how to clean the appliances. Like what things you actually need to do, like good care and things like that. Not because everyone will do with them, but because if it's in there, you know, people are a lot less likely to break shit. And of course, I understand that they want, you know, people to make money and other people to go and buy stuff from them. But at the same time, it's like, guys, I'm not about to go and pay $500 for a washing machine or a dishwasher that breaks consistently because it has to be maintained and you don't tell us how to maintain it. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Like, I wouldn't mind spending a few extra, like, if I knew, I mean, it's one reason why Maytag, has done so well, or did so well for itself. I can't say so much right now because, you know, I don't know what their practices is. I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Playing with wires is a very scary thing. I don't recommend it. Overall, do I want to play with them? Yes. Do I do it? No. You wanna know why? Because it's very, very dangerous. I saw the scariest video I've ever seen. And I'm just like, bro, that thing is a death trap. But somebody thought it was a good idea. It kind of is, but it isn't. So, and this is like the hillbilly at its finest peak. Hillbilly genius at its finest peak. So this person, they take a video, they're walking up to this beam, an I-beam, and they flip a switch on the beam. Well, if you look at the switch, and all these bright lights come on up at the top of this, it's very clearly a warehouse or a shed or something like that. It's all metal. Anyways, so they go and flip this switch on this I-beam. Well, then they walk around the I-beam, and you see that there are no wires to it. And I'm just like, nope, absolutely freaking not. Absolutely freaking not. I don't want to be anywhere near that bastard. Absolutely not, bro. Because here's the thing for folks, is that that means that the power is being directly fed into the entire metal structure of the building. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Except that the entire building is metal. That means if you accidentally touch anything that is metal, you are likely to, you know, not be around. Now, granted, the metal poles are stuck into the ground, not just into concrete, but into the actual dirt. The I-beams are stuck into the actual metal, or actual dirt, and it's grounded. Still, that's just... that's just dangerous. Don't be silly with electricity, folks. There's a reason. There's a reason why it was used as a very, very effective tool. Or why it is, we're known as a wonderful, wonderful execution device. Anyways, yeah. I will see you guys in 10 minutes. Bye! Oops. Oh well, it's fine. Yes, I will definitely say that YouTube is a wonderful, wonderful source. I really hate the fact that that it is the primary video source. But yeah, it is definitely a very, 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 very good source for vids, you know. I'm learning how to do things. I will say that its curating function is a little too on the spot. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is very much a little too on the spot, and that is a little bothersome, you know? Currently had my volume way up on my headphones. I kid you not, right now, all I want to go and I know I know that I'm sounding like a person beating a dead horse with a stick, but right now I really want to go and play Fallout. I was almost thinking about blowing off this session today to go and do that. This is what happens whenever you're neurodivergent and start hyperfixating on things. Especially things that are giving you lots and lots of dopamine. It is a very, very bad thing when you have other things to go and do. But yeah. Well, the other thing about this is that I is that the version I have. So I have one for I have a Fallout for my PC, and then I've got a Fallout for PS4. The difference between them, I'm not that massive of a Fallout fan. I'm not into the lore and all that. That is not to say that I do not have friends who are, so I watch and things like that. I will say that as somebody who has played Fallout for a while now, that I really did enjoy the show. Like that was super cool, and I really hope that they continue doing it. I will also say that her brother, he's a very good actor, but I will never not see him as that little shithead from Ender's Game, because he was so good at that. Like, I wish that they had been able to keep more of the I wish that they had been able to keep more of that the cultural things that were going on. And it could be that they changed it for cultural sensitivities, but God, what is his name? What is his name? In that what is that guy's? Not the actual actor, sorry. But the character's name. Such a good thing. Oh my god, please IMDb, don't do it. For the love of God, don't do it. Nope. Nope. Bonzo, yeah, Bonzo. Yeah. So the thing about Bonzo is that he's supposed to be Spanish. Like from Spain. And yes. Yes. Ooh. Well, I might have to go and watch that now. Simply because that would be him, and I can't think of a better person to play that character. Huh. Okay, anyways, different actor, different thing. But anyways, so Bonzo is supposed to be like really big on Spanish culture, and he's like a complete ass to Ender. Like, absolutely. I wish that they had been able to keep that in there. I don't think it would have been that problematic. But I still enjoyed the movie, and even after reading the book, I still enjoyed the movie, especially learning that, oh, I can't think of what his name is. What is his name? The guy who wrote Ender's Game. Anyways, he wrote the initial screenplay for it. And so I don't know. I honestly don't know how much of it he changed, how much of it was changed by somebody else. But I definitely will say that it was it was interesting. So yeah. Okay, so I'm giggling because I had the thought, I had seen, or was it an interview, or did I see the interview, or did I read about it? There was an interview done for the author / screenwriter for Godfathers, and he was able to go and the author, I don't remember what his name is. I've never read Godfather. I know I said Godfathers, but I meant Godfather. Anyways, he wrote the screenplay for it, and he straight up said, you know, I had no idea what I was doing. Like, I had no clue. And which is funny, but he still wrote it. And he's after it had come out, it had been a couple of years, and he wanted to go back and be like, okay, how do you actually go and write a screenplay for a movie? So he picked up a couple of books. He took a screenwriting course, and pretty much all the books were all the same thing, which was go and watch Godfather. That is how you write a screenplay. And he's just like, but I didn't know what I was doing. so it's one of those things, and I think that's amazing. Like, a lot of the most amazing things that have come out that we absolutely love and adore and all that come from places where the person had no idea what they were doing and just did it. And it's amazing whenever that happens. Now, going back to the whole, fixing things. You kind of... Okay, so here's the thing. YouTube is the most valuable resource on the planet. Not because, and it's because, like you said, going and finding a video on how to repair your how to go and repair your how to go and repair your dishwasher. And that is super terrifying, because the thing is that there are, so right now we've got the battle of the classes. That's what's going on. Once again, is the battle of the classes, which is the whole thing with people, the haves and haves not, and the probably the biggest metric for what people should be looking at isn't, groceries being high, isn't all this. It is the number of YouTube searches for how do I fix this, and not just, oh, how do I repair a hole in my socks. No, it's how do I repair these big ticket items, like your dishwasher and all of that, because everyone's going in because people are not spending money right now. And one of those things that they would normally go and spend money on, especially if you in the past have had been in a comfortable financial situation, is somebody to go and repair such a thing. I'm not saying you in particular, I'm saying in general, because people are not going to be spending money for that now. And part of that is because they can't afford it. Like, I don't think so. One of the things that I think, now it's been a while since I've done this research, and it's been even longer since I've actually sat there and read this. It's like I still dabble in looking this stuff up, but my Google foo is not strong. I am very lucky in the fact that I have friends who have very strong Google foo, but my Google foo is not that strong. Anyways, one of the things that Japan does is that everyone has to go to, or all the schools are not based on what school you go to, is not based on money. It sort of is, but it's primarily based on your academic scores. Now you can pay for better schooling, but you still get scholarships and things like that. But they, for the most part, the way I understand it, for the most part, where you go to school at is based off of two things: your grades and if you can afford it. I know that the tuition is expensive, but you actually do get more of what you pay for than you do really here in the States. You do actually end up having, from my understanding, you do end up having better schooling. But the thing is that you have a lot more people of varying backgrounds in each of these schools. Like really wealthy kids going to school with really, really, really poor kids. So that's not to say that there isn't, like, you watch the slice of life stuff and you watch all these other things in the different shows, and there is, there is definitely that class discrimination, but it's a lot harder to ignore because there's always that chance. There's always that chance, especially with coming in more and more with Western culture, is that there's always that chance of somebody's going to turn around and just beat your ass because you've pissed them off to the point that they don't give an F. So, whether good or bad. But that is a thing. So, but that is a less likely to happen in the States, and that is something that I think that needs to be addressed. Whether it ever will or not is something entirely different. Now, there probably the one people that you should, that are really, really interesting to be around, is the quiet wealth. The quiet wealth. The current ones, or the current people that are doing stuff right now, they are they're not acting like they come from money. They're really not. They're acting like they just got their money. And so it's very different. Like there's two different so here's the thing, is that there's even like two different classes when it comes to wealth. You have the quiet wealth, and then you have the new wealth. Quiet wealth is generational and very, very old wealth. The wealth that we're seeing is new wealth, and a lot of that is like, I don't mind. So my problem is new wealth. My problem is with new wealth. The quiet wealth, the quiet wealth have way more money than new wealth. They have more money than new wealth. And because they're quiet about it, you don't actively know how much money they have. Like, that's the thing. You have all these people who are jumping up and everything, and they're just like, oh my god, I have so much money, you should go and do things like that. Probably the ones that piss me off the most is and I just saw a video of it. Somebody mentioned it, and I was just like, yep. Is that there is a very small, now it's a small group, but there is a small group of people who have money who are going out and doing quote unquote van life. Okay. And it is really kind of disturbing because, like, guys, do you understand that the people who are actively living this primarily are doing so because they don't have a choice in the matter? Like, they kind of, a lot of these people don't have the traditional like wealth and savings. I will say, so there is a couple that I do follow on online and or on vids and everything, and they're interesting because they take half the year and go hiking. Now, I don't know what their jobs are the other half of the year, but they do have a home, and they do go and have a home and everything, and but they choose to spend half the year. I don't think it's even half the year, but they choose to go and spend at least 3 months hiking from Mexico to Canada. And that, I'm telling you, is not an easy hike. Like, that is not an easy hike by any means. So they are literally like roughing it and getting all that kind of stuff. And it's so interesting because it's very clear that they are financially secure. It's very clear that they are. Because of the way that they've done things, and they're very, very down to earth. Like, they are financially secure. I don't think that what's going on is going to affect them, but they're also like very, very realistic about things. So, you know, that is impressive to me. Like, I don't mind people like that because they are actively living, they actively choose to spend their time in the most uncomfortable situations and being like, yeah, a lot of this sucks, but we really, really enjoy it. And I'm just like, hats off to you, bro. Like, oh my God. They were, I forget what it was. They were talking about certain things. They're very, very intelligent. They were like super, super intelligent. Like, they have like strict schedules that they stick to when it comes to their hiking schedule, because they have everything planned out, including like refueling stops and where they go and spend a couple of days at, so then they can go and get their stuff taken care of. And it's very down to earth, and I really, really enjoyed it, and I learned a lot by watching their stuff as far as living my own life. So but you know, again, it's very, very clear that they are financially secure. Now, why do I say this? Because they're able to do this. Most of the people I know would not be able to do something like that, like at all. I'm not knocking them. I'm really not. They are, to me, they are inspiring because they're like, okay, yeah, here's the stuff. I think part of the reason why they do their vids is to kind of knock back on the whole glamping thing, and to be like, you know, a lot of these things are the bare minimum of being able to live out on your own. So, you know, off grid and things like that. And they're like, these are the things that we actively invest in. This is the stuff that we actively feel like are important for you to have. And if anything, if somebody were to be in a situation where they need to go and be off grid for a while, it's a really, really good resource, because they talk about, you know, these are the things that we scaled back on. My only question, and this is because I'm a woman, is how the frick do they deal with periods? Because that's something that can kind of be scheduled. Kind of. Unless you are one of the very, very lucky ones who have a very, 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 very solid schedule. I would be very interested in hearing about that, because that's something that I feel like would be an issue, especially for being out there for months and months and months. I don't know if they schedule their stops to coincide with her schedule, shit, I did that wrong. But yeah, it's such an interesting thing though. But I have noticed that and again, this was called out, I just watched a video of it being called out, of people who are who, I shouldn't say clearly, but people who appear to be financially secure going and making vids, and I'm just like, bro, please stop making vids. It's very clear that that you don't really have a dog in this fight. like it's very clear that you don't have a dog in this fight. And it's like some of the things, there's this one family, I see them, I do watch them. Primarily the skits that they do are very, very interesting, but they are like, some of them are so wildly out of touch that I'm just like, I have no idea how you're able to do this. Like, it's so wildly out of touch, the things that they're doing just for these skits, that I'm just like, that it's shocking to the point that I'm like, I can't imagine spending money on something for this skit that is wasteful. Or there was an event or something that they were supposed to go to or something, and it was just like, what are you even talking about? You're acting like this is everyday life. It's just, some of these things are just so wildly out of touch. No, I'm not saying that I'm completely on the pulse. No. I am barely outside of the rock that I grew up under. Like, seriously, I'm barely outside of the rock that I grew up under. And and it's just But at the same time, it's just so wild. It's just so wild. But in contrast, it does show, like, the videos that are there to be like, you if nothing else, it highlights the videos of the people who are actually trying to be like, okay, yes, you should go and get this done by a professional, but if you're tight on funds, these are the things that you can go and do that will help prevent a lot of these things. Like, this is where you need to spend your money at, not so much the rest of this stuff. And those videos are super amazing. There is this dude that he professionally he professionally takes care of, like, washers and dryers and things. He goes to repair them. He's like a handyman for that kind of stuff, which is super cool. But it's super cool because he's like, okay, so these are things that you need to go and do for your stuff in order for it to work. These are the things that you don't need to do, and these are the things that are going to absolutely wreck your stuff if you continue using it like this. And it really is amazing that somebody who has a business talking about that and is like, yeah, he wants to help people. So yes, I wish that there were more of those, but I also understand that that it's a business. Like, a lot of this stuff is business things, but it's like, guys, you can only run a business if people are willing to spend money. And if we have not learned anything from the Great Depression, it is like, the one thing that we should have learned in the Great Depression is that when people are not secure, they are not spending money, and they sure as F are not spending money on people repairing things. And right now, very, very few people are spending money. You wanna know a crazy thing? You wanna know a super crazy thing? And again, I read this a few years back. I don't know. I don't know how well it tracks today, but it wasn't like super far away. Especially considering how things have shifted. If anything, I feel like it's more true. But back when I read it, this was like pre-COVID. The average Roman citizen, like the poorest citizens in Rome, were still richer than the middle class of today. How, if I'm quoting that right, like how crazy is that? Like the spread of wealth was not as insane as it is today. Like how crazy is that? That's just so dumb. Anyways. Okie dokie. I am sorry. I'm gonna kind of get off my little old bandwagon here, but yeah. All right. We are going to... Okay, so part of this reason is because Lizardi, I don't feel like Lizardi should have to go and fix your dishwasher. Or, yeah, I don't feel like you should have to go and fix your dishwasher. And I certainly don't feel like you not being able to have your dishwasher running, or it not running because of the broken finger. I shouldn't feel like that shouldn't be a thing. You should be able to have somebody to go and do it. Like that is a service that having a broken finger on a hand is a reason for you not being able to fix something. I also think it's really dumb that people don't know how to fix stuff. I am absolutely being hypocritical here. In a lot of ways, because I am very much I am willfully ignorant on how to do certain things. Mostly when it comes down to working with computers. Because and I think that this is more of a situational thing. Like if this wasn't a thing, I'd probably be way more in fixing computers. Hell, I may just go back to school and be like, I want to go and fix all the computer stuff. Because currently, as things stand, that currently is a very secure job. But the thing with that is that you shouldn't have. I am willfully ignorant on fixing much of the computer and maintaining it and things like that. Not to a point where it's detrimental. Not to a point that it's detrimental for two reasons. One, I do not want to be that person that people come to in family and friends, that people come to go and be like, yeah, I need you to go and fix my computer. I don't want to be that person. And I try not to go and do that with my friends who are in that. However, I will be like, hey, I'm doing this thing. Should I be concerned? Is there anything that I need to know? I try to be that type of a person be like, look, I'm going to do this myself. If you think I should not do this myself, then maybe we should have a conversation. But as far as doing it on a professional level, yes, that is definitely probably the reason why I don't want to do it. I enjoy working with computers. They're actually overall very, very simple. And I know that sounds like such a statement. But the thing about them is that computers do exactly what you tell them to. What we tell them to is not what we think we tell them to. So not always is it what we think we tell them to. 90% of the time it very, very much is, but again, yes. So anyways, the other side of that is that I can only maintain so much information before I absolutely start losing my shit. Like, yeah. I would absolutely start losing my shit after a certain point. And I don't know about you, but yes, I want to continue working on the things I know that I'm good at. Not because I'm afraid of a challenge, but because these are the things that I've spent my time learning and refining and am willing to like go that extra mile for. Like, these are the things that I deeply enjoy and are things that you know, the you know, are calming. I will say that it's very, very clear that my abilities to pay attention to what I'm doing right now is very negligible, but I still deeply, deeply enjoy doing this, and it is rather calming. Getting to certain points is a little hard. I will full on admit that. But as I said, you know. But I'm not against going and learning, actively diving into computers and programming and things like that. I'm not against going and learning HTML and all like the coding languages. I'm not against learning it. I really am not. It is a lot harder for me to learn. But I'm not against learning it. I have messed with Codecademy several times. So it's not something that I am against learning by any means. I know I keep saying that, but I need to be very, very clear on this. Oh, excuse me. It is a very expansive field, and that's where I start having problems. Because, all right, so I have tried to learn HTML several times. And I can code a basic website. A very basic website. I can code a basic website. Like 90s coding, okay? But my biggest problem with it is that when you're working with coding, it's just like English, it's just like grammar and structure and all that. It is literally learning another language. Unfortunately, because it is a language, unless I have like very, very strict structure, I will go off the freaking rails with it, and I will go and code something. It'll work, kind of, but it will be a complete mess. And I would feel very bad for anyone who has ever read any of my coding. My coding teacher in high school, or no, it wasn't high school, it was in middle school. My coding teacher in middle school, I'm sure I gave him like more than a few heart attacks. I will say that I do not at all understand animation. Like, we learned how to go and take notes, or we learned how to go and do a simple coding game. I couldn't do it. I could absolutely not do it. And I didn't know why. And looking back, I think it's because I didn't have written instructions. Like, he provided a demonstration, told us how to do it, but he didn't provide written instructions on it. And I thought that I followed every single bit on it, but I have learned that while I will follow every single instruction, I will actually miss instructions. Like, I will full on miss instructions. And yeah, like, and it's not even intentional. I will reread the same paragraph like 5 times. But and what I've started doing is, whenever I get a really, really thick paragraph of like instructions and everything, I turn it into bullet points, and that way, and then I'll go and send it back to whoever sent it to me and be like, these are the points, right? These are the things, and I'll get a yay or an A, and I will condense, give a summary. Like, that summary function, I have a love-hate relationship with it, because it is very useful, but I don't necessarily want AI messing with my stuff. I don't necessarily want AI going and summarizing things, because I have not seen it be, I have not seen it yet be effective in that kind of a position, you know. So there's that, and I sound like such a boomer. I really, really do. But no, like, that is honestly, working like the computer stuff is very, very hard. I know how to put a computer together. I know how to upload everything. I know how to do that kind of stuff. Like, I can do basic IT. Like, that's not a big deal for me. Like I've stated, I have replaced my my memory cards, and I have looked up upgrades for my particular motherboard. And I have primarily learned that I need to do, like, what steps I actively need to go and take in order to be able to do that on my own. Like, that is stuff that I've learned on my own. Like, I am not unwilling to learn things. It's just that I have to be very, very particular, because I will learn everything about it, and I won't necessarily use everything about it. God, I hope that made sense. But yes, like I said, I can do basic coding, but it is a thing. And oh my god, is like, computers, like basic HTML coding, the rest of it is very, very hard. And I still screw up the HTML, because what happens is I start diving into the syntax and the syntax of it, and I'm just like, okay, before I actually understand some of the basic things, because what happens is I will get lost in the sauce and I'll be like, okay, how's this? And then you see 5 different answers to the same question. And so that structure, while coding has both a very rigid and very flexible structure. Because computers do exactly what exactly what you tell them to do. And again, whether you know what you want it to do or not, it will do exactly what you tell it to do. And that's where the problem is. And that's what a lot of the and that's where a lot of the problem is with AI. Actually, okay, this is going to sound really, really bad, but thinking about it, this is a thought that occurred to me just now, so I apologize if it makes anyone, son of a bitch, if it makes anyone unhappy. So here's my here's my hot take on this. So when you're talking to somebody who is neurodivergent, they will take things at base level 100%. It's one reason why when we find out that somebody has manipulated us, we get unhappy to the extreme. Like to an extreme. It's not because you manipulated us. It's because we trust so very, very easily, and that time that we spent building up that trust meant nothing. So when we find out that we have been manipulated, we do not take kindly to that. So don't do that kind of shit. God damn it, I did it again. Fuck. You know what? Before I go and do that, I'm just gonna go over this and... Okay. There we go. Okie dokie. Wait a second. Okay, cool. Now, I can go down here, and we're gonna go and do this. But I know it sounds absolutely ridiculous, but... Or wait, but that's yeah, so like computers, neurodivergent people will absolutely take you at whatever it is that you say exactly. So when you go to backtrack what your statements, that is very, 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 very much why we are not happy when that happens. So don't do that thing. Even if you are also neurodivergent, don't do that to other people. You know? Well, I think that this is ready for inking. Yay! I don't know. Sorry if that was a really hot take.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's K-A-I-J-U, cleverkaiju.com.
sewing. What you sewing? What kind of... Do you have a brother? I think we talked about that. Like, what kind of sewing machine do you have? Ooh, there you go. Do it, do it, do it. I sound incredibly aggressive. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm probably not gonna look that up. I'm sorry. Ooh, you know what? Okay, I just read your statement about the dishwasher racks. That's smart. I think that that's smart. I would totally do it, except that I have 2 cats that would crawl themselves into the dishwasher. Yes, they would. Absolutely, they would. No, I can do that this afternoon. I was gonna freak out for a second. Staring into your soul. Anyways. But no, that's cool. That's super cool. I like that. Ah, man. Okay, I have a question for you. All right. Oh, okay. So let me go and preference this. Or is that the word I'm wanting to use? Anyways, say Livy. Let me go and put it this way. I think the reason why I am being super chatty right now and have like all these opinions I'm giving that will totally probably get me booted off or possibly get me fired from places if they ever come to light. Dun dun dun. Anyways, so ooh. Sorry, anyways, let's see. Sorry. Something caught my attention. Gotta love that. Anyways, no, there we are. Okay. So I think one reason why I'm being super chatty and giving out all these opinions is because I'm trying to shut my brain up because it's trying to work on things that I can't work on while I'm working on this. And so I am just like, I need to do other things, and music isn't helping. Like, none of this stuff is helping, and I think that's one reason why I've also been kind of playing more and more Fallout, is because I've been like, okay, can't work on this, I'll go and do this thing, and not even being like I recognize the fact that I can absolutely 100% go and there we go. Like, I recognize 100% that I can go in and or go and plan for I can go in and essentially what I'm trying to do is distract my brain enough that the subconscious is working on the problem, but the conscious mind can focus on what it's supposed to be doing. And yes, I think that is what is going on here. God, I really hope that made sense. I have no idea if it does or doesn't. Also, happy Good Friday to anyone who celebrates. I completely forgot that Easter was this weekend. So... Woot. So something I have noticed, I don't know if you guys can see or not, yeah. So something I've noticed is I am trying to distract my brain so that I can focus on stuff. Otherwise, I will go and do the thing that I am trying not to go and do. Okay. So I don't know if... Okay, never mind. You can't see it right now. Maybe when I go and draw my next lines. I doubt it. See? Truth. I'll have to go and show it to you once I get that all nice and done. Of course, now that I'm inking, it requires a lot more concentration. Oh, and by the way, those who don't know, sewing is a very, very loud project to go and do. So oddly enough, that is the perfect thing to go and do right now. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that's why. Okay. Sorry. My brain wouldn't shut up until I did something, so... That works. Okay. I was very scared for a second, though. Oh! Oh, so... Big news that I don't think I've actually mentioned. So I rent out, or I am a part of a gallery. And we are moving. So that's interesting. The shenanigans, as always, have unfolded. And so we are moving to a new place. That is interesting. Right now I'm just like, okay, do I have to actually move all my stuff? Or is my stuff going to be moved for me? Because I am slightly confused on that point. I know it sounds like a really ridiculous thing to be confused on, but I'm not gonna lie and definitely say that there is some communication which makes me think which makes me have those thoughts. So yes. Yeah, my brain is really trying to be distracting. Or distractible. I don't want to be distractible. Nope. Yep. Oh no. Hmm. Oh. Hey, before you do that, what you might go and do, is, create, or go and get, washable stabilizer. So what it is that when you go to wash it, it disappears. After you go and wash it, it disappears. So, yes, I have done that. Second into, so sewing elastic onto stretchy fabric sucks. The next thing that is worse than that is trying to put grommets on stretchy fabric. I do not recommend that. I did that and I regret it so very much. Like, you do not know the absolute regret I have of that. Okay. Well, I have decided that I do not like that. Look at me. Good girl. Aww. Now I'm sad. That bird's head looks super weird. I may have to go and redo that. The body looks less weird, but still. I will go and fix the rest of this. But yeah. Okie dokie. Oh, you're so cute. The happy little Buddha cat. The happy little Buddha cat. Oh. Okay. This is going to be a really, really terrible drawing, but... This is my cat right now. The little happy Buddha cat. I'm gonna leave that up there for a while. Because I freaking love my Buddha cat. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Oh, you're so cute! You're welcome. She only does this whenever she's super comfortable. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't blame you. Trying to sew an elastic is like trying to get is like yeah. I do not blame the not wanting to sew an elastic. I mean, yes. The thing is, okay, so the reason why the stabilizer works is because it literally does what it says. It literally is what its name is. Because it's literally a stiff piece of a temporary fabric that, or paper rather. You could even take tissue paper or something that has a bit of body to it, and use that as your put that there, and it helps with that, prevents it from bunching up and everything. It acts like a backer board for all my comic homies out there. Yes, I use that, and I'm fairly certain, ironically. Whoops, wrong one. Ah, there we are. I know that there's a key shortcut for switching between brushes, but, yeah. Yeah. Mm. I'm working way too close for these lines, but it's fine. Still working on the spring painting? Nice. I mean, that's how you're supposed to do it. Right? Right? Unless I'm absolutely crazy. Why are you not working? Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, I think it's time for me to start pulling up the, images. I did hit save on this, right? Alright. Okay, I like the beak. So, I like the beak and the eye placement, but this part right here is driving me up the wall. So, I'm gonna leave those parts alone, and then I'm gonna focus on everything else and then come back to them. Because as we all know, that will end up changing before too long. Ah. Break time! Now I can go and scratch those itches that I've been having. Brain itches, sillies. Okie dokie, we are back. Yay! Cool, cool, cool. Yep, okay. Cool, cool. Okie dokie, Smokey. Ah! Oh, he's attached. How's the painting going? Nice. Yep. Yep. Yeah, yeah. The clipping mask. It's an incredibly powerful tool if you know how to use it. I am not that great at it. I just need more practice with it. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do take a little while, but I don't think anyone really knows how they work. I mean, clearly I use it super well at my work. It's very helpful. By all means, go steal it. This is actually from my well, let me double check that before I go and put my foot in my mouth. Let me go and check my music, because let's be real here, I will totally put my foot in my mouth. Properties, browse, shameless life window, wisdom send off, patches. Oh, this is actually from YouTube selection. So YouTube has free music that you can use for your videos, and this is one of them. This is done by Patches. I mean, I usually listen to podcasts whenever I'm this deep. Because I don't have to make any more decisions, like actual like design decisions. But whenever I'm making design decisions, I will consistently go and have one of my favorite genres to listen to while I'm working is the epic battle music, or the chill or lo-fi music that you get, that kind of give the idea of, hey, I'm going off to fight dragons. Right. Well, if I wasn't doing these live streams, I have, like I said, I have Reddit podcasts because I'm listening to the stories, or I'll listen to audiobooks. But that only works if I am if I'm past the design, if I'm past the thinking phase. If I have to think about it, then I have to listen to epic or battle music, or things like this. So, yeah. So I'm glad that you like the music, though. Yay! Well, I wanted whenever I went to go and to select the music, I went and I went through several different styles. I wanted something that was soft but had bounce to it, which I think this does. And I definitely didn't want it to like go and overpower whenever I'm talking. Because God knows that would be an absolute mess. Hi, bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye. Baby.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Okie dokie, last session. Or last stretch. Ugh. Crap. Did that wrong. Oh well, it's fine. Ah, shit. Oh. You haven't fallen asleep yet, have you? Bye-bye. Hi, bye-bye. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, thank you for joining me this week. I will see you all next week. Yep. We'll see how things work out. Anyways, thank you for joining me today, guys. Have a good weekend and be safe. Bye.